MC Goldie on the mic. Is it really that good? We'll test it out today. Let's see. Yeah, I would agree. Normally GLM 5.1, that was really good before, so I'd expect 5.2 to be just as good. if not better. Is it going to be Fable level? I don't think so. Huh. Let's see, let's see. There's not much information on the website about GLM 5.2. So what you need to do is just make sure that you get the documentation here, and then we're going to give that to Claude. We'll plug it into the agent OS. Let's see. See, it's not even on open router yet. That's wild. So basically, if you want to get access to it, like you see right here, we just give it the documentation, Claude, and then Claude can plug it in. See, million context window, good at coding, good at long horizon. So we'll plug it into Hermes. We're going to plug it into the agent OS. I think we should have a CLI for it as well. We'll get it on this side over here. This is the real me, mate. Jimbo. Exactly. What's popping? Oh, so much drama lately. It's wild. Good time to be in it though. Fascinating. I'll go with Hermes. But honestly, I think for the client, like, they don't care. It's just like more for you. And you know, if I had a choice, which one's easier to build with, which one can you do more interesting stuff with, NA10 or Hermes, it's always going to be Hermes, right? Alright, we're going to start building with GLM-5.2. I'm excited to see this. We're going to take the stuff that we got from Kimi K2.7 yesterday, which is pretty insane, and we're just going to make it better. Keep going from there. And then we got Hermes with GLM-5.2 too. There's also Fusion as well. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's a new model from Open Router that I'm excited to test as well. So it's like, this is the first time I've seen it because it just got dropped, I think. But it's like a boardroom of models with a chairman. So you send one prompt and it fans out a panel in parallel with web search and everything else on. Then the judge reads every answer and writes the final one, which is pretty cool. So you could have it inside Hermes, you could have it inside free Claude Code, you could plug it into Agent OS and drop decisions into it. See what we got here. How do I make Hermes work only with an automation of WhatsApp? Because of M10. So you would just talk to Hermes inside WhatsApp, right? You can connect to other channels, and then with Hermes inside WhatsApp, you can do the same stuff. So that's how I do it. You can go into you basically use Hermes the same way, but instead of using Terminal or, for example, Agent OS, you would use WhatsApp if you want to use it there. Let's see. I'm excited for this one. Minimax is pretty good. Yep, Quen 3.7 decent. Kimi K2.7 very impressive. Very impressive. Let me show you some cool stuff we built with it. See what you think. So we plugged it into the Agent OS yesterday. And then we created like this game. So if we open this up. yeah, so we created this game, which is pretty cool. I mean, it's a little bit, it needs a bit of work, but it's pretty cool. You can see it fully works like a 3D game. So yeah, you can do some cool stuff with it. I am indeed. That's the way we roll. In 2026, we get on the treadmill, we do a bit of walking. Let's see how many steps I'm on today. 5,000 steps already. Let's go. And honestly, do I do the coding though? That's the question, isn't it? Not that much. So we should have, if we refresh this now. Oh, I can't see inside there. Oh, it's rebuilding. Yeah, so that'll come later. So you got 5 GLM-5.2 builds being done at the same time, which is great. You got Fusion API being wired in there. Then we've got GLM-5.2 and Hermes over there, so be good. Yeah, do it, man. Just, you know, build cool stuff and then show it. That's the best way. Oh, I have a keyboard over here. And a standing desk. Pretty wild. Yeah, I did a couple of videos about it. Pretty wild stuff. I think for me, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter for me because, you know, we can switch models in, we can switch models out. It doesn't really matter. I think as well for most people, like they were running out of tokens anyway if they were using Fable a lot. But yeah, never seen that before. First time ever. And then I have a laptop over here as well that I do some other stuff on. Usually like SEO work over here. Alright, so that's running in the background there. It's crazy. It genuinely, it blows my mind. I actually showed someone, I was in the cafe, I showed them what I created with Kimi K 2.7 yesterday. You know, the video that they generated. People couldn't believe it. Like, they thought that was, they were like, wait, that's not you. And these are guys who use OpenClaw and Claude every day. So, yeah, it's at that point. There we go. I've got Hermes Jarvis. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so it sounds like you're building some good stuff there. Honestly, it depends what comes out, you know, like the best model, it tends to change like week to week. That's the crazy thing. I do like the Chinese models, they're fantastic for using with AI agents because you usually get these coding plans, so you get a lot more tokens, and they're a lot smarter than using something like GPT 5.5, right? Like, I just don't, if I can avoid it, I won't use GPT 5.5 at all. I prefer to use, for example, like Minimax M3 came out last week. That was great. Kimi K2.7, very good. GLM-5.2, let's see today. But yeah, I much prefer Chinese models on coding plans because you can't use Claude on those agents, right? You can't use, for example, Claude on Hermes or OpenClaw. And then for building stuff out, yeah, it's pretty impressive. But I always still prefer Claude just because it's much easier to navigate, much easier to build stuff, and it understands me, my setup, and then I kind of use Claude as the main brain that is organized and all my other stuff, as you can see right here. Ah, nice. Do you like it, or you prefer Claude still? Yeah, Hermes is way smoother than OpenClaw. I noticed that everything I tried to do with OpenClaw would typically break eventually, or it would get worse on the updates. With Hermes, it just gets better on the updates, right? Like, everything that comes out with Hermes is like, wow, this is awesome. ChatGPT Image 2.0 for sure. That's the one I use every day. So you can get APIs on the coding plan, and they're included, so you don't get charged per token. It's just included as part of the model. Yeah, something similar. I really depends what comes out and that, but you know, we've got Claude, we've got Hermes Agent, Themes. So they're not all running all the time, but yeah, we do have a lot. just to test it, really. I mean, you don't have to try it. Like, I'll test it out and you see what you think. Sometimes that's the best way. You don't need to test it yourself. I think it's temporary. You know, I think something like that will be back soon. Just takes a bit of time on their side. Could have been an overreaction as well, you know. Marketing, yeah, it could be. I mean, it's a pretty good headline, right? Like, our model's so powerful, we have to take it down. Like, that's crazy. Let's have a look. This is a GLM 5.2 video created. I didn't touch it. Literally didn't prompt it or anything like that, but you can see the video here. That is wild. Look at the quality of the editing. It's pretty nice. 50 seconds long. Wow. And then I think he's created a few more here. Some other stuff. Look at that. So this is GLM 5.2. So just to recap here. Created a pretty nice video with editing and research. It also created this little cool fun animation. This one too. Sort of synthwave vibe. A blog post like this. And this one too. That is nice. If you've got a really good setup, you can run GLM-5.2 locally. Yeah, it's coming out. What's the best realistic open source model to run locally? I guess if you want to be super realistic, then just go with something like Gemma 4. Yeah, you can get quantized version of it as well. But again, like if you're being realistic with local, if you don't have a good setup, then it isn't going to be as powerful as your typical frontier models, right? That's always a trade-off. So it's going to be local and open source. That's coming up very, very soon. That's how you get it for free. OpenRouter doesn't even have GLM 5.2 yet. It's only on the coding plan. with said AI directly. Yeah, exactly. So if you have like an NVIDIA Spark or something like that, you obviously, if you want to run local models, you need good local setups. There we go. NVIDIA Spark. That's what I consider a good local setup. Like even if you have, for example, a Mac Studio, it's not going to be powerful enough to run. You know, even small local models at a good level, and I know because I've tested it and I have the Mac Studio. So yeah, typically you want something that's a lot more powerful. Good morning. It is indeed. Let's check. 8,000 steps. We're crushing it. Okay, thank you. We're building some cool stuff out with GLM-5.2 right now. So I've already created a video with GLM 5.2. Here we go. I think we can make the music better on that though. Classic. Yeah, that's where we do it. That's where we host everything. So it's pretty good for all that sort of thing. This is a website that GLM built with Hermes. It's pretty nice. Not bad at all. Yeah, you can. So you got two options. Number one is you get a webhook and you plug that into. So you get a webhook from Go High Level, and then you plug that into your agents. The other option is Go High Level actually have plans with AI agents now, so you can use their built-in AI agents too. So that's a couple of good options right there. If it's something super long, like for example, if I'm answering, questions inside the Alpha boardroom and it's several paragraphs, then I'll use whisper flow. If it's just like, a quick 2-minute sentence, honestly, I can type so fast, as you've probably seen, like it doesn't really matter either way. Let's go, let's go. Are you already in the AR Profit Boardroom? What's your... Let's check. Oh no. Exactly, Chimbo. You know that feeling, mate. Awesome. I'll see you in there. Awesome. Thanks so much. I'd go with Opus 4.8 is still probably the best. But then, you know, GLM 5.2, pretty cool. Testing out now. It's been on some cool stuff. Awesome. Thanks so much for joining. I appreciate that. Excited for you. Fast. That is very fast. Look how quick that is to navigate. The code must be super clean on that. This is not the best. The whole point is to make it better, sunshine. How good is this compared to Opus and Sonnet? What are all the things? So you can basically, it's coming out as a local setup. So it's an open source model. GLM 5.2 will be free to run, open source and local. If you DM me some ideas on what you want to see in terms of the UI inside the Aeroprofit boardroom, I'll take a look and we can see if we can build it in or if it looks better, etc. Yeah, I would. So I mean, yeah, if you run it free, if you run it locally, GLM 5.2 is obviously free, and you can use it unlimited. And then, is it better than Opus and Sonnet? No. From what I'm seeing so far, it's not as good. But let's see. We'll see how it goes. Might take a bit back and forth. Not yet. Maybe that'll come, but right now, no. But I think ZAI, usually what they do is they release it inside their agent platform here. So like, for example, GLM 5.1 is free to use right now. Then I imagine like they'll add 5.2 pretty soon as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is an operating system that it built as well. That's looking pretty nice, to be fair. That is cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good day, sir. Thanks for joining today. Coming up with some nice stuff now. I actually really love the image here that's generated. This is the OS as well. Look at that. Pretty cool. Me too. See what we got in the AI profit boarding, what sort of questions we got today. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka. Congrats, Enrique. You deserve it. Thanks for being part of this community. What a legend. Level 9. Thanks to both of you. I appreciate everyone here. Great work, and it's amazing to see how this community has grown and how many great people we have here. Great tips. Thanks so much for sharing. That's a good one. It's working fine for me. Yeah, so GLM-5.2 is coming out locally. Obviously, I mean, like, there's nothing you can really run at the same level as Fable 5, but, you know, if you want one of the best open source models, GLM-5.2 is it, right? That's interesting. Sounds like a pretty cool project. Thanks so much, Joe. I appreciate you. Looking forward to connecting with you, mate. Congrats, Ratchat. That's awesome. So Fable 5 obviously got taken down yesterday, so I wouldn't use that. Oh no. The RPG graphics are really bad. I think you need to use ChatGPT image to improve those. Needs a lot nicer UI, right? Like the game is cool, it looks fun, but it looks like very early stages. The graphics inside there need to look much nicer. Bear in mind you've got ChatGPT image 2.0. I don't know why you don't use it, mate. But in terms of APIs, so I think you could use Minimax M3 is pretty good on the coding plan, and you can combine it with Hermes Agent, or you could just use Claude. You know, you could have Claude Opus 4.8 doing most of this stuff as well. Great to see you. Thanks for joining. Sad times. Didn't last long. Hopefully it's only temporary. Yeah, so of course we want those in there. We just don't want the PNGs and everything. That's it. Every day. Let's see how many steps now. Oh, I stopped counting. You're kidding me. You ever get this where the iPhone stops counting the steps? Basically what you have to do is just restart the phone. That's what I found. We're getting there. I think I'm probably on about 15. I'm still happy with that. It's not bad, is it? Why are you doing it sequentially and not like in parallel? That's madness, mate. Why would you not do it in parallel? Have you created a guide using your skill for this as well? Some of them don't look so good, but let's see. Just create the guide first and then we'll take a look in a sec. Might have to improve both of them. Oh, now we're talking. Wow, this is crazy. What on earth is this about? That's crazy. When I click begin the quest on Dragon Realm, it doesn't seem to work. What's going on, mate? That could be a good one too. That would be very interesting. That's a great one. Let's do that. Can you run the same test with Opus 4.8 as well? And then compare them all side by side? I have a feeling, from what I've seen so far, the Opus 4.8 is going to win that one, hands down. But let's see. This is looking better. We're getting there. Wow. That's cool. I like the sky. That's cool. Yeah, Zali, I just got one off Shopee. It was like 3,000 baht, something like that. But yeah, you can get loads. Like, I don't even know the maker of this one, but it is quite small and compact, which we like. All right, we're getting close. You can see how long it takes to build this stuff, right? If you want something good. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Hey, Randall. Good to see you here, my man. Alright, we should be getting there now, mate. Oh, that is looking nice. I can't move. For the game, can you make it richer? You could use ChatGPT images for making the animations and everything, but right now it's not rich enough. It feels a little bit buggy as well, but it should look more beautiful and rich. Wow, that's way nicer. In the tests, is it possible to have them side by side so we can see them embedded like side by side, and then I can like play them all at once, and that would look amazing. Maybe inside the guide we could do that. No, no, I don't at all. Ooh, I would say so. I mean, for our agent operating system, what we use is, anything new that comes out. Hermes is the main one. Claude is the main one. Kimi Code and GLM 5.2 are pretty good as well. So those are the ones that I'd recommend. VS Code I don't really use. Kilo Code don't really use that much. So today, let's have a look here. Let's see what we got. There we go. So today we're going to be answering some of the best questions inside the AI Profit Boardroom about Hermes agent operating systems, how to set up Obsidian, how to get the most out of these models. I mean, you can build amazing stuff like you see right here with Hermes, with agent operating systems. I mean, for example, we actually built out this full game, as you can see right here, using the agent operating system. And anything new that comes out as well, we can just plug into this system too. So, for example, GLM 5.2 came out over the weekend. No problem. We've already built like all sorts of amazing stuff with it, as you can see. And then also, the great thing about it is you can plug in, all sorts of cool stuff. So, for example, N2 with free Claude Code came out. We can now control it with our voice and build amazing stuff. We've got on Obsidian, Memory Galaxy over here. So anything that you want to build with an agent operating system, you can. And if you saw the situation, for example, with Fusion 5, Fable 5, and how that got removed, the good thing is, like, if you're building a project, it doesn't matter what models come in and what models come out, right? Because you've got a system that holds it all together, and you can swap everything in and out and just improve from there. So that's the way that I look at this, and I think it's the best way to get the most out of AI right now. And also, the cool thing about this is like every time you have a new workflow, you add it into the system. Want to create videos? Okay, great. We've got a video agent there. Want to automate SEO? No problem. We've got the SEO content pipeline. Right? Want to start building games or creating music? No problem. We'll add that in, like you can see. And so when new stuff comes out, you can make the most out of it, no matter what model drops or what agent comes out. So let's get into this. The first question we got here was from Scott. And Scott was saying, should you use an agent operating system or is it better to use Hermes desktop? And for me personally, I would say it's much better using agent operating systems. Because, for example, if you pull up Hermes desktop like so, let's open up Hermes desktop. The problem with Hermes desktop is that number one, it's only for Hermes. So if you have other agents working, for example, like Claude, how are you going to operate them inside Hermes desktop? You're not. Whereas, for example, we can have a group chat with all of our agents in one place, with Claude and Hermes and everything else in one place right there. We can also, for example, if a new model comes out, like GLM 5.2, we can have a separate chat here for GLM 5.2. Kimi K 2.7 comes out, no problem. Let's chat to it right here with a separate profile. And so I also like that. And the other thing I would say here is like you can build more custom stuff that's more visual. So if you look at Hermes desktop, like the UI is super simple. You can't really preview and see the amazing stuff that you've built with it. It's very hard to come back to as well. Whereas, for example, if you look at Hermes Jarvis that we built over here, well, that's ready and waiting whenever we need it. We've got Kimi as well with the CLI over here. You can't really do that with Hermes desktop. And so the biggest difference is I would say here is like number one, you can manage more agents with an agent operating system. Number two, if anything new comes out, you can build that in. And number three, you can make it much more visual. Hermes desktop is very, very simple. And you can't, it's not as fun to use Hermes desktop as it is to use a agent operating system that you've built yourself that's optimized in exactly how you want it. By the way, if you want to ask questions like this and get me to answer them inside a video tutorial like you're seeing today, then just join the AI Profit Board and you can post inside the community, and then I'll answer your questions about agent operating systems or whatever you need help with. This is pretty cool. So Jason is building out his own sort of avatar for the agent operating system. So basically what he's done is he's got our agent operating system zip file, and then he's improving it and making it better and building on it. For me personally, I mean, this is one of the great things about this is you can add your own images and you can customize it how you want. I mean, look how cool that is. I would say personally, this one is my favorite. This one is my favorite, but they all have a really cool vibe. This is a great question by Wes. So Wes was saying, you know, he sees a lot of chat about agent operating systems with different integrations with different LLMs. So how do you manage like the costs and the resources involved with that? So the way that I would look at this is, for example, if you look at how we use Kimi Code and GLM 5.2, it doesn't really require that much because we've got the setup with the coding plan. And so everything that we build inside here is not capped, it's not charged by API. So my first recommendation would be using the coding plan, for example, like Minimax M3, Kimi K2.7, GLM 5.2. They all have coding plans, which means that you don't get charged for the API. You just have the coding plan ready to go. The other option that you have is you can use free APIs on OpenRouter. And these are coming out all the time. So for example, here, look at this. This is looking great. All right. So if we come back to OpenRouter and we type in NEX2, or if you type in free in OpenRouter, you actually see loads of different APIs like this and out alpha. There are loads of free APIs on OpenRouter that you can use and plug into the system, which helps you too. And then the third option is you can use a plugin. So for example, there's open source projects like Headroom, and with Headroom, you can reduce the amount of tokens you use with any LLM. And finally, for example, if you're using Hermes or any other AI agent like that, then you can log in with OAuth using, for example, Kimi's coding plan or Minimax's coding plan. And that means, again, you can just use the coding plan that you already have instead of having to worry about APIs. Good question. This is a separate agent operating system that Benjamin's started building out. So if you look at this, like he's got his memory galaxy just like we've built. So what he's done again is like this is the great thing about having an agent operating system and what we share inside the profit boardroom is if you go to, for example, the memory section here, like he's got that style from the zip file that we share inside the profit boardroom for the agent OS, and then he's customized it exactly how he wants, right? He's made it his own. So if you look at this, for example, he's got Claude, he's got Gemini and everything else plugged in, but the UI has a total different feel to it, a different vibe to it. And it's basically his own style. So this looks absolutely amazing and a great example of what you can do and what's possible when you're building out an agent operating system. Really like the fact that you've made it your own and also tweaked it exactly how you want it. Looks amazing. So you can see great examples of like how people are just building out awesome stuff like this. Well done to Benjamin. But it's a good example of like, you know, anyone can do this. This is an interesting one. Like, how do you organize your Obsidian Vault, especially if you're dealing with different file types, like you can see here? So the way that you could do this, one way you could approach this is you could get your agents to look at those documents and then take notes and put them inside your Obsidian folder. And obviously, if they're inside Obsidian locally, then you can access them offline whenever you need them. There's some pretty cool skills as well, like you can see here for this exact job. Just check the skill MD files before you install anything, or you could ask Claude to use that as an example, but then build your own skill that can help you organize your Obsidian better. By the way, if anyone's watching this and they're like, what is Obsidian? What is that? So basically, Obsidian is like a second brain for your AI agents. So my agents take notes from every single conversation and everything that they do with me. And then what they do from there is they plug that into this Obsidian vault that is basically a second brain of everything that I've ever done or organized. And the great thing about this is if you can store it as markdown files so it's accessible local. You can also get an MCP to plug it into your AI agents if they're, you know, on a VPS or something like that. Then once you've done that, you can plug that into your agent operating system and your whole system revolves around this. So what that means essentially is like if we are creating new things like you can see here or chatting to our agents, that gets logged automatically into our Obsidian Vault so that our AI agents have context in all the previous conversations, even if, for example, we're using Claude or Hermes. They share the same brain and they share the same memories, which means that we can easily move from one project to another and organize everything beautifully, which is a fantastic way to make things easier when it comes to context. And this way as well, you don't need to keep like giving more information to your agents or rebriefing them, which I think people probably spend like maybe 15 to 20% of their time doing. Also, the cool thing is, well, like if it's got context, then you don't need to go back and forth with it as much, which means that you save tokens as well. This is a great question from Farah, who needs help building out like a, you know, video with AI agents. So my workflow for this is we actually give our agents access to hyperframes as a skill. So Hermes can use hyperframes as a skill, and then it can create awesome videos. So If I show you an example here, this was with Kimi K2.7 today, and we've also done it with GLM 5.2. We play this back, you can see that we've got a fully edited video. I didn't touch any of this, but it scripted it. It created the AI video itself. It generated the voice as well. And it edited it properly as well, even with the camera angles and everything like that. So the way that you can do that is you can go to your AI agents, give them access to hyperframes, which is a skill, as you can see here. It's a free skill for creating videos. And from there, what you can actually do is connect it to HeyGen as well if you need avatar videos. Additionally, you can give this to Claude or Hermes. It can work with any AI agent. And the great thing about this as well is that you can have multiple agents building it. So, for example, for us, if you check out this Kanban board here, we had a team of different agent profiles. So we've got like a video writer, video editor, a video judge that makes sure it's actually good and iterates it until it's finally completed and scores it as well. And so basically, they can keep going and iterating on the video until it's finally good. Then we have one agent dedicated for each part of the process. So one for editing, one for writing, one for judging if it's actually good. And they just keep iterating until the judge actually says, wow, this is amazing. Example in action below. So that's a really powerful use case of an agentic operating system because you've got a Kanban board here, you've got all your agents plugged in, so with different profiles and everything. And then also we have the video agent down here as well. So again, like if you want to create content or you want help with social media, etc., then you can build your agent operating system like we've got here around that whole thing. And that's one of the best things about this whole system. So Jason is asking like to NA10 or not to use NA10. Which one would you use? And should you carry on using NA10 or should you use, for example, an agent operating system? So for me personally, if I'm using NA10, like it's a lot more technical. I have to go inside it. I have to edit things. It's going to take hours to create like a amazing workflow like this. Whereas I can build it in minutes with, for example, Claude building into my agent operating system. So for me personally, because of my experience with AI, I would pick an agent operating system every single time. And again, it's just much easier to visualize everything. Whereas, for example, if you were trying to build this whole system with NA10, it would get very messy and it would break a lot. So if you're comfortable with AI and you already understand the foundations, I would just build an agent operating system. I wouldn't use NA10 because an agent operating system is much more complex but easier to navigate, especially if you've got Claude or Hermes building it out for you. Whereas, for example, if you are using NA10, things can break a lot. It's quite technical. It takes hours to set up. It's a lot longer to set up. And also, it doesn't link together as nicely with a beautiful UI. This is a great question by Yoche, which is like, when you've got a local AI agent and it can do stuff, how do you limit it? So one of the first things that I avoid is giving access to my main email address. I actually give it its own inbox, and that way it can't do anything crazy in my main inbox. And also, there are guardrails built into, for example, Hermes and Claude that stop it doing things it shouldn't do. But I think you can always give it more rules in terms of how to operate and also the permissions it uses so that it doesn't go off and do anything wild. I think that's a good way to train it. Is just set up more rules as you think of more stuff that could help it be guided in the right way. This is a great question, right? With Blake, he's asking, how do you keep Hermes awesome, but also avoid using a lot of tokens? So there's a few things I would do here. Number one, you can use free APIs, and there's a lot of good ones. For example, like N2 just came out. Number two is you can actually give it the open source skill headroom, and that reduces the amount of tokens it uses each time. Additionally, you can use the free models via News Portal if you log in. So, for example, Step 3.7 Flash and Nematron 3 Ultra from NVIDIA are available for free if you log in with OAuth on News Portal and Hermes. If you have a good setup, for example, like an NVIDIA Spark, then of course you could run local models as well, and that would help a lot too. So if you're watching this, you're like, okay, well, how do I get those free models? So what you can do is you can go into, there's a couple of options, but if you go into, for example, Hermes here, and then you go to manage, then you go to models, you can change the model inside your dashboard. And then you can, for example, select News Portal, and from there, you would select the free models. So if we select News Portal here, you can see that we can set up Nematron 3 Ultra and Step 3.7 Flash for free. So this is a question about Jarvis, Hermes Jarvis that we've got here plugged into the system. So when it comes to Hermes Jarvis, like it's basically it's a voice activated agent, which means that it can be a little bit buggy sometimes, but it usually works pretty well. So if we test out an example here, Jarvis, can you just open up juliangolder.com for me? And you can see it thinking now. So it's thinking about it. and now it will open up the website as you can see. Right? So it actually works, and then you can see the full transcript here and that sort of thing. But if you're having issues with it, usually what I do is I go directly into Claude and I ask Claude like, "Hey, how do you fix this?" Or "Here's the issue that I'm having. Can you just improve that part of my agent OS?" And I just keep testing it back and forth until it's fixed. Usually it's good as well if you can add a screenshot, but as well, Claude can see like the recent logs inside your agent OS, or if you're using Hermes, you can do the same thing. And then also, you just want to double check what models you're using for it and make sure you have the latest version because we update it daily. And any sort of bugs that I find, I usually fix. So, for example, if we're trying to get the latest version of the agent OS, we actually upload a new version here once we've added all the new daily updates inside this section. So you can see the agent OS, the video tutorial on how to set up, the last update date, a full installation guide, and then also the resources on how to use it. So this is a good question from Sam, which is, what changed with the agent OS yesterday? And then also, can you run agent OS on a VPS? So we actually have a really good tutorial here. This tutorial shows you how to set up the agent OS on a VPS. So if we open this up, you can see that John actually created a full guide on how to set it up and how it works with previews and everything else, which is pretty cool. For the changes in June the 13th, what I'll actually start doing is adding a new change log inside the whole setup so you can see what changed day to day. On June the 13th, what we actually added that was new was Kimi K2.7 and the new CLI inside there. And then also we set up a Kanban system where you can basically have a video agent iterating on everything that's been improved. We've got a couple of examples below. So Harry was asking like how to set up an agent OS. So you can get the full zip file inside the AR profile bordering for the whole setup, but it sounds like you've already got that, Harry. So for setting all of this up, like for example, you mentioned you want to set up lead gen, outreach, meeting notes, etc. I would just focus on one thing at a time, and depending on your skill set, obviously that'll change how long it takes to set up each process. But I would just focus on one thing at a time. So, for example, for lead generation, what you can do is start building that in now. Ask Claude, like, hey, I want to set this up. Here's the idea I have for lead generation. Here's how I think it should work. And then Claude will actually tell you exactly how to set it up inside the agent OS, and it will build it in for you so you can tweak it exactly how you want. So, for example, anytime I have a new idea, because I've done this so many times, I can get it built within a couple of hours. For you, it might take a bit longer because it's the first time, but it's a skill set you build when it comes to improving your agent operating systems. And then any APIs that you need for lead gen or anything like that, Claude will actually tell you which ones to get, and then you can plug it back into the system. But again, it sounds like you have a lot of stuff you want to set up. Just focus on one thing at a time, simplify it. Otherwise, you'll feel overwhelmed and it'll be a bit of a struggle. Whereas if you simplify it, you set up maybe one thing each week, that's going to be way faster and way less stressful. So this was interesting about Fable 5. I already did a tutorial about it, an announcement about it yesterday. But basically, the great thing about having an agent operating system, this is something you should pay attention to if you don't already have this set up, is that it doesn't matter what agents come out, it doesn't matter what models get removed. This is very, very flexible as a system. And that's a great thing about having a system like this. Is like, if Fable 5 you can't use it anymore, no problem. Let's add in Kimi K217. Let's add in GLM 5.2. Let's add in Gemini with the cloud managed agents. Right. That's all sort of stuff we've done in the last 24 hours. So as you use this more and more, you'll see more ways to improve it and evolve it. And it just becomes a system where it doesn't matter about the model, doesn't matter about the agent. It's a system that you've built and you've customized yourself. And that's a beautiful thing about this. But I'd expect Fable 5 to be back soon. I think this will just be a temporary situation. Hopefully. You never know. This is a good question. So Nicholas is asking, like, what's your take on Kimi Code? Is it useful? Is it not, etc. So I really like it so far. It's been pretty good. Obviously, the coding plan is pretty decent as well. I've not run out so far. I'll show you some examples of what we built here. So, for example, this was a fully edited video with an AI avatar. Over here, we created this game. This was okay. I think it could be a lot better in terms of the graphics and stuff. This was pretty cool. This was another interesting one. And we created this game. One of the most impressive things that we created was this. So this was like a 3D game that's kind of fun to play, as you can see. So I think it's pretty good. Is it as good as Claude Opus 4.8 or Fable 5? No, of course not. But does it do the job? And can you build a lot of amazing stuff? I mean, do most people need the full power of Fable 5? No. So overall, I really liked Kimi K217. I think it's great on the coding plan. I think you can build a lot of stuff with it as well. And we've also just plugged it into the agent operating system too. And we've got a full tutorial on that as well. So Amanda built this out as well. Let's take a look at this. Amanda says the mothership has landed. So she's wired Hermes agent into an agent operating system. It's actually working. You know, she's got the Hermes tab with the chat sessions, workspace, etc., which is pretty amazing. Running on this. Oh, wow. So running it with Olama and Quen 3, which is pretty impressive. Let's have a look and see what we've got. I mean, it looks super nice. Like, look at the way that's organized. That looks nicer than my UI. I should step up my UI on that. That looks really cool. But you can see the vibe and the feel of it. That's pretty awesome. I'm actually inspired to improve my own UI now. Thanks for sharing. Keep us posted on new updates. By the way, you might be watching this and thinking like that's great for Amanda or that's great for them, but I can't build this myself. I've seen so many people who have never used AI before get absolutely insane results with this. So if you're thinking about using it, but you're like, I'm not sure if I should do this, blah blah blah. I would say it's great. It's really really good. And you know, if you're non-technical, that's okay. I've seen so many people winning with AI this year. You know, we've got 182 pages of testimonials and wins from the AI Profit Boardroom. Like you can see, like Amanda, you've got Ken built out his, Nick, Ethan, 61, not a coder, still built out his agent operating system, Eric as well. Like there's just so many wins and so many people building amazing stuff that, yeah, for sure. Like if they can all do it and I can do it and I'm not a coder too, then you can do it too, right? And it's just so much fun. It will make using AI and operating systems in general way more fun, way faster if you build this. This is another spin on Hermes Jarvis. And basically, what Benjamin has done here is created his own Logos Oracle that he can speak to. So if he says, okay, you know, what is the future of artificial intelligence? It'll actually answer him, as you can see right here. And the UI is super nice as well. So that's just another way of showing you how you can tweak this and how you can make it better. This is a great thing about having a community as well. It's just like we can all share and we can learn and we can grow together and just help each other. You know, you can see all the positivity going on here. So people just sharing wins and creating amazing stuff. This is pretty cool. So Gene was talking about this, which is another open source project called Market Down. And basically what this does is it turns files into Markdown, and then you can use that as a useful way to feed and input the LLM. So that's another way to reduce tokens as well. So thanks so much for watching. You've seen what you can do with agent operating systems. You've seen how they work. You can see how powerful they are as well and what you can build with this stuff. It's absolutely amazing. If you haven't built out your own, definitely recommend it. If you want to get mine, it's inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can see all this cool stuff that we've built with it and how much fun this is to build with as well. The other cool thing that I would say here is once you get your head around it, like you'll feel unstoppable. Like the thing that motivates me every single day with agent operating systems is like I can build something new into it. I can create something amazing today. I can make Hermes Jarvis even better. I can plug in Kimi K2.7 and build out like these insane games that we've got here and all this cool stuff, right? And so that's the best part about all of this is like you get a system that you make your own, you improve every day, and every time you have a great idea, you go from like idea to implementation ASAP. We even have this, for example, app builder where you can plug in an idea and then build it. And all you do is have to reject or approve the plan. And then it goes off and builds stuff like you can see. So there's no limit to it. I mean, this is something that I've only been building out for a few weeks and it's just getting better and better and improving all the time. So definitely recommend it. If you want to get my setup, you can get that inside the AR Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description or go to the arprofitboardroom.com. And this is a great place where, like you've seen today, I answer the questions personally in a video tutorial like you've seen. You can also get the Agent OS system inside this section with the video tutorial. You can see its last updated date, so you can see it gets updated with new cool stuff every day. You can grab the zip file with the installation guide. We've also got new cool stuff, so new tutorials and video tutorials coming out daily too. Inside the community, you can ask questions and you get help and support. There's always people online 24/7, and that's a great thing about this as well. And like I said, I personally answer this stuff. Everyone inside the community helps each other. It's a positive place to learn and grow on this journey together where we're all learning new things, right? We're all progressing and we're all improving and just using this opportunity and time to make most of things. Inside here, you also get all of my best trainings, like you can see. So for example, if you're a complete beginner, you can go from beginner to expert in just 6 weeks. And we also have new daily updates if you prefer the more advanced stuff, like you can see. You also get 4 weekly coaching calls where you can jump on a call, ask questions in real time, share your screen. And inside the map, you can connect with people in your local area who are using AI agents just like you. So you can meet people in your local city who are using agents and operating systems like you've seen today. And I've shown you so many examples of people building their own that I know if you're watching this and maybe you're new to AI or you're thinking about setting this up, but you haven't, this is a time, right? There's never been a better time to create this stuff because AI is at a point now where it's so much fun. So hope to see you inside the AR Profit Boardroom. Thanks for watching. Cheers. Bye-bye. Just let me know if you can still hear me okay. I think you can. So I'm just going to answer some of the questions that we've got inside the comments as well. Let's see what we've got here. So, for example, what we got? Am I self-taught or did I spend a long time in college? So I went to university. That was about like 16 years ago, something like that. So yeah, it's some, but with AI, totally self-taught. And of course, like there's so many good resources out there. You can just research and learn anything that you want in the morning at this point. Let's see what else we got. Palazzi says, I mainly use ChatGPT for my ideas. Yeah, you can log in with OAuth into ChatGPT or use the Codex CLI. So, good to see you here. Can you please explain why a Mac system is better over Windows for agents? I mean, you can use whatever you want, but for me, my brain is trained to use Mac and to enjoy using Mac. So, for me personally, I'm always going to use Mac. I mean, I've used both in the past and also find like Windows is a lot more buggy. So, personally, I prefer to use Mac, but you can use whatever you want. You might be the opposite. You might be like, right, I prefer personally to use Windows. And so, why not go with that? Claude Code use or monthly plan. Monthly plan. I wouldn't use the API. I don't use the API. Thank you. Awesome. Excited for you. This isn't embedded properly. Can you make sure it's organized properly so it's nice and easy to view? I'd probably make the preview sections much bigger and also centered, but additionally make them bigger so it's easier to preview things. It doesn't have to be in line with everything else, but it should be centered for sure, so it looks neat and tidy. Same with anything else where you've done the same situation on a page. Awesome. And you're going to keep like a history of the changelog in there too. That's cool. Wow. This is looking good. I mean, obviously it's not perfect, but China's. Oh, there we go. Let's open this up. Make sure we're recording it. China's GLM 5.2 from ZAI just dropped, and I'm going to show you exactly today what we've built with it. So you can see, for example, we've created this game already using this setup, and this is kind of like a 3D game. That's pretty cool. And if we have a look at some of the other stuff we've built here, so this is another sort of RPG style game that we created using this, and it's like an open world game, as you can see. We also have, for example, this one too. It kind of feels like Skyrim, like it's an open world game. Obviously, the graphics are not like the same level as Skyrim, but they're getting there, you know. And this is just from coding out over the last couple of hours with this stuff. So it's pretty interesting and fun to build with. And you can get it on the coding plan with GLM 5.2. So that it literally just dropped a few hours ago, and I've been testing it, as you can see, and it can create some pretty cool stuff. Let me show you some other cool stuff that we built with this. So, for example, here's another one. Let's open this up. This is kind of like a 3D game, as you can see. And basically, what we've done to build these out quickly is I've taken like previous stuff that I built out with Kimi K2.7 yesterday. And then from there, we started plugging that into GLM 5.2. And with GLM 5.2, we made it even better, and we just improved it and tweaked it and tried to add more graphics inside it, etc. Again, this was just like after a couple of hours, but you can see how it works and how easy it is to set up. Here's an example of another thing that we created here. Um, uh, this is an operating system. So it's creating apps inside an operating system. And we've already plugged the CLI into our agent operating system as well, which is great. So we can like code out and build with it whenever we want to. But what it's built so far is pretty impressive, and it's a lot of fun to use. Now, is it Opus 4.8 level? I might do a separate tutorial on that and how it works in a second. But it is definitely up there. You know, it's definitely up there. It can do some pretty impressive stuff. But bear in mind, like the coding plan is much cheaper with GLM 5.2 as well, which is pretty cool as well. It can even, for example, edit stuff for you. So, for example, it created this whole video, and this video itself has like nice background music. It's an AI avatar, so this isn't actually me. It scripted the video and it created it and put it all together as a team. And then you can even plug it into AI agents. So, for example, we've got GLM 5.2, and we actually created that video I just showed you using the Kanban board over here. So this Kanban board, if we switch to GLM video, you can see that we had a full team of AI agents that were creating and editing and building out that video I just showed you. So they can work together as a team and be orchestrated together as well automatically with Hermes agent. And then on top of that, we actually created a full blog as well. So we created a full like SEO optimized blog with 3 articles plugged in. And I'll show you what that looks like in a second. So overall, pretty impressive stuff. And bear in mind, this new announcement says that it's going to be local and open source. So if you have a good setup, you could run this locally for free as well. Some people are going to say it's not free. So what happens is basically they make it open source and you can run it locally for free. And then also what will happen is it will get released into ZAI as a model, as GLM 5.2. So for example, you can already use like previous versions like GLM 5.1, 5, and 4.7 for free with ZAI, and then you can use this as well in the future, both locally and using this as well. So in terms of what we built, we built that game that I just showed you a second ago, like a 3D game, as you can see here. We created this one as well. We created the operating system with the apps built inside it. And then just some like other fun sort of side projects here. Let me show you some other cool stuff that we built. Just to show you like the power of it and what you can do with it. Which is quite fun to play with. Here's another one. So this is like a neon particle galaxy. And then you can move your mouse and click, and it'll create like fireworks on the page as well, which is pretty cool. This is a particle forge, plasma wallpaper. And then also we can chat with it as well directly inside the CLI that we've plugged into our agent operating system, so we can use it that way. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a flagship model. It's on the coding plan, but again, you'll be able to run it locally. It's pretty powerful stuff. It's got a 1 million token context window, holds up on long multi-step jobs as well. And it has two thinking modes as well, I think. So it's got high and max, which is pretty cool. And in terms of the quotes, ZAI have come out and said GLM 5.2 is now available to all GLM coding plan users as a flagship model. GLM 5.2 delivers powerful coding capabilities, usable 1 million token, context window, and continued strengths in long horizon tasks. And then also, it's frontier, so some people say, well, why should we care? Well, it can run with the stuff that you already use. So Claude Code, Klein, Hermes, we've plugged it into our agent operating system. However you want to use it, it can plug into your existing systems, which is pretty cool as well. So you can see the details here. Now, you can't access it yet inside the chat, but I'm sure that'll come in a few days on ZAI. And then you can also see the documentation here on how to install it. You can just give that to Claude, and Claude will set it up for you if you want. You can also get the API on the coding plan, which means that you don't pay for the API. You just get the coding plan, so you can see right here. And you can go with the light package as well, which is pretty reasonable if you look. I've been testing and building with it all morning, and there's been no issues. So I can hand a whole job to GLM, it just goes off and it builds it. And then also we've got everything saved inside this workspace, which is cool as well. So we can see what we've built here. Yeah, and that's like a full world that you can just sort of navigate as this character, which is pretty cool. Now, I would recommend the coding plan. That's working pretty well. I've been building all day, no problem. It's got a 1 million token context window. You can also get Claude to build with it as well. So if you go inside here, you can see we're using Claude Desktop with it to build out cool stuff as well in the background, which means that it can just run on its own and build loads of cool stuff. You also might think, well, if it's cheap or local or open source, like it's not that good. But this is their flagship model, and you've seen all the stuff we built with it. So it's pretty cool as well. And I've also added it inside the agent operating system. So it has its own section, which is cool. Because then, if I run out of tokens on Claude, or if I want to switch between different models, or I'm doing something with Hermes and then I want to switch to Kimi and then GLM 5.2, I can do that across everything that we've built here, which is pretty amazing in itself. Other people say, well, I'm not technical to set it up, but actually you can just get the documentation on GLM 5.2 and give it to Claude, and Claude will set up for you. So you shouldn't need to manage it yourself. And like I say, we've plugged it into the full agent operating system. So if you want that running with all your agents, you can get the agent operating system inside the AirProfit One. You could build your own if you want, but inside the AirProfit One, you get the operating system set up, the zip file, every prompt, the Obsidian memory as well. So that's another cool thing about this is it will link directly to our memory. And then as we use it, it will actually plug those memories into our Obsidian, like you can see here, which is pretty useful as well. So some people say, well, I'll wait until, GLM 5.2 comes out in the chat. But I think the real power of it unlocks inside the CLI. It just seems to build better stuff. And also you can save everything you've created. You can come back to it later. It can just build out awesome stuff. And again, like if you're using this for content and stuff like that, then you can save that in one workspace, like you can see here. But yeah, the graphics are pretty nice. Quite like rich. This wasn't like just straight away built. Obviously you have to go back and forth with it a little bit, but it's pretty cool. And it can even use ChatGPT image to generate these beautiful images for all the screens and everything in between the game. So that's really interesting too. Just looks super nice. You might say, well, Chinese models can't be as good as the big US labs. I would just judge the output, and the output so far has been pretty good with this. Again, don't do anything you're not comfortable with, but I have a lot of fun building with it. So if you're wondering how to get this, you can get on the GLM coding plan. Then you just grab an API from your dashboard, and then you point your coding agents towards this API, right? Or you use it with Claude Code and that sort of thing. So you've seen what we can build with it, how you can use it, how you can build it into your agent operating system as well. This was another version of the open game as well. The other cool thing is like you can create multiple versions of the same games or websites or projects that you're building out with this, the same apps, and then just have them all coding at the same time, which I really like the idea of too. There were some things that were not so good. So, for example, we take a look here. Yeah, I think this one is just a little bit. It's a little bit buggy, when you score a point, but overall it's pretty good and fun, and you could always tweak it from there as well. So that's basically how to use it, how to get it set up, uh, what the results were like. Really cool, definitely worth trying out. Um, Coding plan is great, and that's how it's set up as well. So thanks for watching. If you want to build your own agent operating system around this, well, if you want GLM 5.2 to actually save you time, not to just be in one tab, and that's the difference with an agent operating system, is like you can have everything in one place. You can get that inside the AI Profit Order, returns Claude, Hermes, in all your agents into one system with shared memory and one dashboard, and GLM 5.2 just slots right in. So inside the AI Profit Order, you get the full agent operating file and the GLM 5.2 section, every prompt, the Obsidian memory setup step by step, 4 weekly coaching calls where we can set up together, a 30-day roadmap with daily tutorials and member map. And if you're wondering, like, has anyone else set up something like this? So you can see, for example, all these amazing builds that other people have done around the agent operating system that we've created. And so, like, you can customize it, you can make it your own, you can build it out yourself, and you can see just loads of people building awesome stuff with this. So we've actually got 180 pages of testimonials and wins from people using this stuff. So I know it's pretty good. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get that full setup, you can get it inside the classroom here with the zip file, the last updated date, and you can also get the resources down here. We also have guides and like all the new other stuff that's come out recently. As you can see, inside the community, you can ask questions, and I personally answer them as well, just to help you as much as I can. And also the community, there's so many people inside there. There's 3,600 people in. But if you ask the question, there's always people online 24/7 to get help and support whenever you need it. Inside the classroom, you can get access to all my best trainings, learnings, lessons, etc. You can get weekly coaching calls where you jump on a call, ask questions, share your screen, build stuff like this in real time. Inside the map, you can actually meet people in your local area who are using AI agents like you. And this is all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description, or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. GLM 5.2 versus Kimi K 2.7 versus Opus 4.8. Who wins? So I gave them all the same tests like you can see today. I'm going to show you the examples of what they've built, which one performs the best, and which one you should actually use. Now, these are brand new models. Obviously, 4.8 has been out for a while from Opus, but GLM 5.2 literally just dropped today. Kimi K 2.7 literally just dropped yesterday. I've already built them into the agent operating system and tested them out and built some cool stuff like you can see right here. And so today we're going to be looking at, okay, which one can build the best stuff and how does it work, etc. And I will say that so far these models have really impressed me. Like the models coming out of China have been pretty interesting so far. I mean, we've even created, for example, games, but websites. We've created all sorts of fun visual stuff, and even like videos, like you can see here, fully scripted with an AI avatar. It's absolutely wild what you can do. So let's get straight into it. The first test that we ran was something called Temple Run, right? And basically, this is the prompt was like an endless third person voxel runner running for a city, dodging blocks, grabbing stuff, and the speed ramps up. So if we have a look at the first option, this is from Kimi K 2.7, as you can see here. It's pretty basic, but it does the job. It's kind of fun to play. Let's have a look at the next one. So this was with, I mean, this is wild, right? This is GLM 5.2. Pretty intense, but a lot of fun to play, and probably the best of what I saw so far. Now, if we have a look at Opus 4.8, so this is Opus 4.8, you can see it looks super basic. Like, I don't know what happened here, but it's not that fun to play. It's a lot more slow, not as interesting, not as cool, etc. Right? This one looks way more fun. And I'm actually super impressed the GLM 5.2 could create that. I would say Kimi came in second because it's a bit more complex than Opus 4.8. But again, GLM 5.2 created the best thing there. So let's move on to the next test, which is the inner system orbit map. So this was a map of like basically a galaxy, as you can see. And it was just kind of like a test of a simulation, right? So animate the inner solar system and a few near Earth orbits with like a play, pause speed, etc., and a nice HUD. And so if we look at these three live, this is GLM 5.2. I wouldn't say that was the best output. So even though it performed the best on the runner game, it didn't perform the best on this. If I actually have a look at these, I would say the Opus 4.8 did the best here. Like that looks the best. This one is pretty cool too. The one thing I will say here is that we don't seem to be able to zoom in and out of this, but it looks pretty cool. If we have a look at GLM 5.2, I mean, it's interesting, but it's not as good as the others in comparison. I think the standard was pretty high here. Let's have a look at Kimi K 2.7. Again, super basic, but I like the fact that you can move it around, and also you can zoom in and out, and you can change the speed here if you want to as well. So which one do I think won that? I would say, actually, I would say Kimi K 2.7 won that. Yeah, for sure. And you can also change the trail. So you get a lot of customization on that too. So just a recap so far. Test number 1, GLM 5.2 won. And then test number 2, Kimi K 2.7 won. So you can see here that they don't all perform in a certain task. Like it depends what you build in and that sort of thing. Let's have a look at this one. So this one was liquid in a bowl, which was the prompt here was thousands of particles sloshing round in a bowl. You tilt with the mouse, soft, glowing metal ball look. And so if we have a look at these, by the way, if you're watching this live, like feel free to ask any questions and that sort of thing. If we have a look at these, which one performs the best? Just have a look. Let's open them up full screen as well. See what we got here. So it's following the mouse. And we can tilt it. We can also change the theme of the color, which is pretty cool. Let's open the GLM 5.2 one. I actually think this is the best. This is the most fun. We can change the theme as well, so you can see. It looks the most interesting. It's the most fun to use. Feels very interactive. Really, really cool. And let's have a look at Opus 4.8's. So that one just kind of fades out very quickly. It's quite boring. You can again change the theme, but it's pretty basic and limited. So if I had to compare them side by side, I'm going to go with GLM 5.2. GLM 5.2 won that. So far, let's recap. GLM 5.2 won the runner game. That was the most fun and the best. For the inner system, Kimi K217 won, and that was really, really cool. For the liquid in the bowl test, for sure, GLM 5.2 won that. That was the best. Let's have a look at the next one. So this was for a landing page. Basically, what we said here was the prompt, a premium Apple Keynote style launch page for a fictional AI model with the hero, the features, the scroll, reveals, etc. So if we have a look at this one from Kimi K217, you see how there's nothing at the top? Doesn't look that cool. Right. Let's have a look at GLM 5.2. This is pretty nice. Again, like the UI as well is nice. Look at that. When you open up full screen, looks really cool. Feels a little bit like Apple as well. Really nice. And then the actual menu works too, which is great. Let's have a look at Opus 4.8. See, there's no reveal when you click on that. Let's keep scrolling down. Not bad. Not as much content on the page as well. So I'm going to go with GLM 5.2 again for this, which is blowing my mind. I can't believe GLM 5.2 is beating Opus 4.8. Again, these are all the same prompts. We tested the same thing with each. I've not been impressed so much with Kimi K2.7 versus GLM 5.2. Let's have a look at the last test, which is a neon arcade game. So we've got 3 tests side by side. Let's test out Kimi K2.7 first. That's pretty nice. Doesn't seem to actually break the blocks. Oh, yeah, I see. So we have to... And then it speeds up. That's a pretty cool game, actually. It's got some nice sound effects on there, too. That is fun. All right, cool. That was good. Let's try the next one. Whoa, GLM 5.2 created something crazy here. Wow. What is even going on right now? That is fun. That is awesome. All right, let's try the other one. Opus 4.8. It's solid. Feels a little bit buggy when you move this, but it's solid. Is it as fun as the other one, as GLM 5.2? No. This is way more fun. So overall, GLM 5.2 is building the best stuff. You might be wondering as well, what are the official benchmarks? So I've not actually seen any official benchmarks from GLM 5.2. It's not even on OpenRouter yet. Like, it's so new. Let's go to OpenRouter here. Yeah, so only 5.1 is available there. You can't see 5.2. So I can't really compare the benchmarks in terms of that, but I can compare Kimi K 2.7, I think, versus Opus 4.8. Let's have a look. So this is Kimi K 2.7 code. And we'll compare it to Opus. So side by side, obviously Kimi K 2.7 and GLM 5.2 are from China. So Moonshot created Kimi, ZAI created GLM 5.2, and Anthropic created Opus 4.8. In terms of context window, so the context window of K2.7 is much smaller than the context window of Opus. GLM 5.2 is a million token context window as well. Both got reasonings. The difference, I would say, between them as well, this is one big benefit, is if you're using the coding plan with Kimi K2.5, sorry, with Kimi K2.7 or with GLM 5.2, you can use those inside your AI agents. So for example, we can plug Kimi K2.7 into Hermes. We can do the same with GLM 5.2, but you can't do that with Claude. So that's a big difference between them two. You can have the CLI with all of them. So we've plugged all of three of them into our agent operating system, like you can see. But again, like GLM 5.2, I think it's actually cheaper on the subscription than Opus, and it's creating some awesome stuff. So the way that I like to personally use them, this is how I've done it this morning, is I have Claude Desktop operating all of them and then building them into the agent operating system and also building cool stuff with them. So I think that's a great way to use it. You know, you can combine them all together and orchestrate them all together. But in terms of the actual builds, GLM 5.2 won pretty much on what, 4 out of 5 tests right there, which is pretty amazing in itself. So if you want the full agent operating system that we've built with all of this setup, you know, all these agents working together, all this cool stuff that we've built, the Obsidian memory that links into all of them. We've got a memory galaxy, so you can see right here. You can get that inside the AI Profit Boarding, link in the comments description, or go to the AIProfitBoarding.com. And this is an amazing community about learning and growing and scaling with AI automation. Inside the community, you can ask questions, get help and support whenever you want to. If you want the agent operating system that we built, you can grab it over here and we update it daily, along with new daily tutorials. So we've already got a full tutorial and guide on how to use Kimi K2.7, along with Hermes and Claude, and also Hermes Idea Factory, Paperclip, etc. So inside this section, you can watch a video tutorial. We've got the last update date, so we actually updated it today with the new updates. We have a change log inside there as well, so you can see the new things that came out today. And then also we have the zip file that you can install directly there. I personally answer these questions inside the community, so you can get help and support whenever you need to. And then also inside the calendar, we have 4 weekly coaching calls where you can ask questions, share your screen, build with us, meet other cool people building similar things. And also inside the map, you can meet people in your local area who are using AI agents just like you. So that's all inside the AI Profit Boarding. Feel free to get it. Link in the comments description or go to the AIProfitBoarding.com. GLM 5.2 just dropped, and we've already plugged it into Hermes and built out some different teams. Let me just make sure I have this. GLM 5.2 plus Hermes, how do they perform? So we actually created some amazing stuff already by plugging the new GLM 5.2 update into Hermes agent. It's super powerful. Here's an example of a video I actually created using this new update. And basically what we've done here is we've got a team of Hermes agents to create an avatar of me, to create the voiceover, to create the script, to edit it. Even for example, like the effects on this, also the editing right here, and even the portfolio of stuff it's showing, this was all done using Hermes plus GLM 5.2, which is pretty crazy in itself. So it was researched, scripted, edited, and judged by a team of GLM 5.2 Hermes powered agents. And this is really powerful stuff. It's actually very impressive. Now, the difference here, of course, is like if you're using something like Claude, Claude is great, but the problem with Claude is like you can't plug it into Hermes unless you're using the API, which is quite expensive. Whereas what you could do with GLM 5.2 is you can actually get the coding plan and then plug that into Hermes, and you can also create teams of agents. Now, if you're wondering, okay, like is GLM 5.2 any good, etc., let me show you some examples of what we've built with it so far. Some of it with Hermes agents, some of it not, but you can see an example of what we've actually done directly with Hermes here inside this video with the team of agents working together. So how does this work? Well, I mean, if you look at some of this other stuff that we built out here, this is another example of a 3D game we built. Here's another one. We created a full operating system with individual apps inside here as well using the system. This was kind of like a fun game that we created. It's pretty fun. Synthwave style background, these particles, etc. And the other interesting thing about this was I actually compared them side by side. So if you look, we've got Opus 4.8 versus Kimi K2.7. GLM 5.2 creates the best stuff if you have a look here. This is the most fun game to play out of all of them. And the same, for example, if we compare them on this liquid bowl example, this creates something way more interesting and fun to use. It was also better at creating websites as well. So for a lot of agentic tasks, GLM 5.2 is way better, right? It looks way more interesting. So if you're wondering how to use Hermes with GLM 5.2, the way to do this is you go to your model settings over here and you can add a new model, right? So you can configure it right here. The other option they have is that you would go to your terminal, and inside your terminal, you would just make sure that you have you type in Hermes model, and then you can switch from there. So that's another option to do it. And once you've done that, you can then change the model. So if we type in Kimi here, you can see that we can select Kimi K2.7. Obviously, we want to use GLM 5.2, which we've plugged into our models, and we've created separate profiles using that. So if we go inside our profile section in the Hermes dashboard, we've got GLM 5.2 plugged in right there with ZAI. And what we've actually done is created multiple different profiles with Hermes Agent so they can work together as a team. Now, you might be wondering, okay, why would you do that? Well, for example, what you can do is you can have like a team of agents that work on one workflow that you're focused on improving. So, for example, if I'm trying to create content with GLM 5.2 and Hermes, I can have a GLM SEO content writer, I can have a writer, I can have a researcher, I could have a judge that actually looks at the work and tells my team of agents to iterate until the work is done. So these are all powerful ways that you can actually use GLM 5.2 with Hermes Agent, which is pretty amazing in itself. Then what we also have is I have a separate chat for each of my agents here. I think you can also do the same inside Hermes Desktop too, but I have it inside my agent operating system. And so what we can do from here is we can have GLM 5.2 as a separate chat, and then we can speak to it directly. Now, if you're wondering, okay, how do you organize your teams of agents? There's two ways I like to do it. So one way is that we'll actually have a setup that looks something like this, where we can basically plug in a task, it will triage it, and then it will get done. So if you look at these previous outputs here, we can see everything that we've created with our team of GLM agents, right? They're all working together to create and build something. So they actually create a full blog post and a website, which I'll show you in a second. And then also the other option that you have is you can run them with paperclip. So you could create a team of agents like you see in this org chart here, all running on Hermes, and they can be plugged in with GLM 5.2 as the model for each of those agents. And that's pretty amazing in itself because then you can build stuff. You can see everything that we've built with our Hermes agents and teams of them. So there's many different ways to coordinate it. You can have Hermes inside the chat. You could have Hermes Jarvis with GLM 5.2 plugged in. This is a voice activated version of Hermes. You can plug it into Paperclip and have a team of agents working right there. And then you could also have a Kanban board where your agents just tackle one task together and they all work together to get stuff done. That's another amazing way to do this. The great thing I like about that as well is like we can watch it back later and we can come back to that later. So, for example, if we have a look at this, we've got all the files right there ready to go and we can just come back and watch them and use them whenever we need to. So we also created this like open world game with GLM 5.2. This one as well was created with GLM 5.2. So you can create like all sorts of interesting visual stuff as well. Here's another example. And the thing I like about using Hermes with this is like because you've got separate profiles, you can have that judge who tells them to just keep going and improving until the work is done properly. Whereas if you're just going back and forth inside the CLI, you don't really have a team of agents that are going to work and improve together, right? It's just going to be like, okay, here's a job done. Now, if you want to see an example of that SEO project that I just showed you a second ago, you can see it right here. So this is a full website built out with multiple agents, and it actually talks about the process that it created. So, for example, you can see here that it's created a blog post on how we have a crew of agents with Hermes working together. So it's kind of like a self-aware agent that can create a website and a guide about what it does and how it works so that anyone can understand it. So you can see here that we had a researcher, a writer, a builder, and a judge to score it. And then that's how it worked step by step. And the design of this website is super nice. Now, was this created in one go? No. But literally within like 30 minutes, we'd created a full guide with this as well. It's pretty amazing. Like the website looks super nice. The blog posts are nice. The other thing that I noticed when I built out a website with GLM 5.2 is that it's really, really fast. So if we switch between pages here, look how fast it switches. Like it's crazy. And you might say, well, why would you want to build out so many websites with Hermes agents and that sort of thing? Well, this is actually the system that we're using for this website, and it's grown really nicely with SEO using the similar sort of process. So you can create awesome websites, you can grow them. As you can see here, this website went from like 2 clicks a day all the way up to it's getting now 73 clicks per day, and the trajectory of that website is really good for SEO. So, this is great for SEO or any sort of automation that you want to build out. By the way, if you want a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, go to Goldie Agency and we can look at your website. There's also a free course link inside the comments and description. So that's basically it. So, we had a team of agents working together. They built out an amazing website. They built out some awesome projects like you saw today. And very, very visual, nice designs. I tested it versus Opus 4.8 as well, and it seems to work really nicely. And you can set this up easily as well. And then you can have GLM 5.2 sitting next to all your other AI agents. We can switch between the model, the chat. We can save stuff inside our workspace and see it later. So what I like to do is have a workspace separated by the API I've actually used. And the cool thing about that is we can preview and look back at, okay, which API do I like the most? And I think that's a great thing about having an agent operating system, like you can see. Now, you might say this is technical or whatever, but you can see here loads of people inside the AI Profit Boardroom are building out similar things and they're getting awesome results. So I know if I can and they can, you can too. And if you look at this in terms of the old way versus the new way, if you're just using like Claude, well, you're kind of stuck inside Claude. You've got one coding tool, one model really, or one or two models. It's hard to change. If, for example, like Fable 5 gets taken down, which it did recently, then the whole conversation you were having just gets lost. Also, without a system like this, well, you don't have agents together. They're just in different tabs with no shared memory. There's nothing saved in one workspace. And also, if you're using Claude with agents, particularly, then you have to pay per API, right? Which can get expensive. Whereas, for example, if you have a crew of like GLM-5.2 or Kimi K2.7 agents working together, or every model is an agent you pick, right? You can add a new profile in minutes, as I've shown you today inside the dashboard. You can have one chat, one workspace, one Kanban for each of your agents. Every build is saved inside the workspace. And also because GLM 5.2 is on a flat plan, you don't have to worry about API tokens. And then if a new model comes out, like for example, Kimi K2.7 comes out, or for example, GLM 5.2 just came out recently, no problem, right? You can just plug it into your system, which saves a lot of time. Now, you also might think, okay, well, I've already got an agent. Why would I add another one? Because with this system, you just let your crew pick the best job. So what I like about this as well is like if we're using the Kanban board, when we assign a task to Hermes, it will automatically pick the best profiles based on their skills and their profiles. So if we have like a video writer, well, it's going to pick the writer if it's a task related to videos. And that's how powerful it is. That's how smart Hermes is. Now, if you're wondering, okay, how do you set this up with Hermes? Again, you can go to terminal and you just point it at ZAI with the model. You can put it on a board with the rest of your AI agents. And also GLM 5.2, this is interesting. It's so new that it's not even out inside the chat, but you can switch the model on the API, which is what we've done here with the coding plan. Now, some people say, well, I should pick one AI and stick with it. I think honestly, like the models change all the time, right? The models are always changing. So the great thing about this is whatever comes out next, you can just swap the models in and out. Other people say, well, running multiple agents, it sounds complicated, but it's just one dashboard and you pick an agent as you can see here. So whichever agent you want to use, you can do that. Other people say, well, I'll set it up later, but later is really how you stop making progress. You want to start setting this up today, really, and getting the most out of this stuff. So that's how to set up a crew of Hermes agents with GLM 4.5. You've seen all the cool stuff we built with it. Pretty amazing. Let me just recap and show you here. So we created that AI avatar video. We created like a full game. Here's another one. The OS with individual apps inside the system. And it's a lot of fun to build and play with, as you can see. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get my full setup for the agent operating system with Hermes, you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description or go to the AIProfitBoardroom.com. So you can get the agent operating system here. You can see we've just updated it today. You can get the zip file to install it. We add new daily tutorials, as you can see. Inside the community, you can ask questions and I personally answer them as well. And then also you can jump on weekly coaching calls and get help and support in real time. Inside the map, you can connect with people in your local area who are using AI agents like you. And this is all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Thanks for watching. There's a brand new update from Open Router and Fusion API that basically allows you to achieve, according to this, Fusion allows you to achieve Fable level intelligence, but at half the price. So you can see the charts right here in terms of how it performs on benchmarks. And this is pretty interesting as a model. So you can see here, they basically benchmarked Fusion on 100 hard research tasks. And there are panels of models that consistently outperform individual models. So what this is basically like you can create a panel of 3 different models that work together to get better outputs and also to use less tokens. So you can achieve beyond frontier performance with frontier panels. And this is very different to using one individual model. It's a panel of agents that work together. And you can also have this is really interesting. This is where it gets fascinating. So you can have panels of budget models, right? Cheaper models that can surpass frontier models, and obviously that's cheaper, right? Uses less tokens, uses less powerful APIs. So you can see an example of the tests right here. By testing different combinations of models, they found roughly 3/4 of the lift that Fusion provides comes from synthesis and 1/4 from diversity. So you can see an example of how they perform right here. So what this means essentially, it's very interesting. So you've got Opus 4.8 solo, so Opus 4.8 working alone. Then you have the benchmark score with Opus 4.8 and Opus 4.8 working together, right? Now, if you have Opus 4.8 and 5.5, you get even better results from the working together. But you can use cheaper models, so you can use like even free APIs will be quite interesting to test for this. So what's the most interesting out of all of this is that the budget panel was actually comparable with Claude Fable 5 in performance. So if you have like a panel of Gemini 3.5 Flash, Kimi K2.6, and DeepSeek V4 Pro fused together as a panel of agents working together, that would beat Solo 5.5 and Solo Opus 4.8. So bear in mind, these are not as powerful. They're cheaper models, but they would beat frontier models because they're working together. And it actually landed within 1% of Fable 5 on the intelligence tests. So you might be wondering, okay, how does it work? How do you use this? So when you send a prompt to Fusion, and you can do this via API, it fans out to a panel of models in parallel, each with web search and bash tools enabled. So what happens after that is a judge model reads every response and extracts the structure. So consensus points, contradictions, partial coverage, unique insights, anything they might have missed. And then you can actually use this, for example, inside a chat, like you can see here, and you can choose which models you have working together. Now, you can switch between this. You can select, for example, like a budget panel, or you could have a quality panel, or you could have a custom panel, right? And this is really interesting because now you can have multiple agents working together inside a panel. So let's test this out. If you've got the quality section here, we can plug in a prompt like so. And then from here, it's going to start using all three models at the same time with a judge model coming in later. Really, really interesting stuff. So these are now generating and they're just working together separately. And you can have up to 8 models in parallel working together. So you could have like Opus, Gemini, Grok. Obviously, you can't use Fable anymore. That's gone. But the difference here is like you could achieve potentially Fable level intelligence with one judge that fuses and gives you one answer. And that's the cool thing as well. Is like you don't have to check, 5 different answers at the same time. The judge fuses the models and then gives you one answer back. And you can have 8 models in parallel working. So we've got that working over here, as you can see. And so you score higher on benchmarks. And this was interesting as well. So there's a full breakdown on it here in terms of what they found and how it works. And these are the tests that we've done. Well, not we've done, they've done. So as a fusion, Fable 5 and GPT 5.5 synthesized by Opus 4.8 as a judge got the highest score on these benchmarks. But if you look at these benchmarks, Opus 4.8, GPT 5.5, and Gemini 3.1 Pro, synthesized by Opus 4.8, scored within 1% of Fable 5 with GPT 5.5. Now, if you look at Claude Fable 5 Solo, that scored 65.3%. And so the Fusion without Fable can score higher than Fable 5 alone. And so if you're like, oh, I wish we still had Fable around, I don't know when it's going to come back, etc. This might be an interesting way to do that. Now, some people watch this and be like, it's benchmarks and I trust and whatever. I would just try it out for yourself. See what you get back. See how it goes. I don't know if it's at the point now where it's like so early with this stuff that we don't know, but it is one of the most interesting techniques I've seen to get the most out of these models without having to do anything too special, right? You can just get the API and it's working together. Now, the interesting thing is you can use this as an API model. So you can use OpenRouter Fusion and then plug that into whatever you want. So as an example of that, you could get free Claude Code, which allows you to plug in the API from Fusion. And then with Fusion, you could use the power of Claude Code's harness to get something really interesting out of this. So we've actually set up the Fusion boardroom inside our agent operating system. And so we can ask a question here, and then we can see what we can get back. Now, if you're wondering, okay, how does that work? Well, you can see an example of how it created this actual tool where you can paste in an OpenRouter API key, ask it anything, and then it will come back and come back to us. And it was really nicely designed, as you can see here. So this is the full tool that we created, where it's kind of like a boardroom tool with Fusion plugged in. So if we go to the boardroom, we can plug in an example for SEO. So we might say, right, act as an SEO content council for the keyword best AI community. search the web for what currently ranks, then synthesize the search intent, the angle competitors are missing, a recommended H2 outline, 3 questions every article forgets to answer, and then we can click convene, and the judge and the panel will start working together to do that via the API with OpenRouter, which is pretty mind-blowing when you think about it, because now you've got something that is potentially Fusion level, but at the same time, you don't have the problem of all the, if you were using Fable 5 on an API, like, well, that would be insane for using up tokens, right? And you can see the output here if we go directly inside the chat. So we've said, create this, blah, blah, blah. And then it's gone off and created the outputs. Now, interestingly, if you did this, Opus came back without the page. But if we look at OpenAI and we look at Google, they've created a full landing page for that particular example. Now what happens is that we do the analysis. So what's happened here, if we look at this, is that Fusion filters with the judge and it analyzes the agreement, key differences, partial coverage, unique insights, and anything that was potentially missed. So you can see a bunch of examples here. We've got the unique insights, the partial coverage, and each one of these models is working together as a team to give the best outputs. I mean, if you have more minds and they're all good working together, 3 brains are probably better than 1. And also, this is an interesting way to orchestrate all your agents together or all your APIs together in a way that's very, very easy because you've got an API working together. And then what we have from here is a fused answer. So this is a fused answer from the judge. If we read the full response, it's come back with the HTML code, as we can see. And then it comes back to us. Now, it's actually still writing that out, so it's still processing the HTML. So it does take a bit of time to get the outputs. But that is a really fascinating. I've never seen AI really used in that way. And it's really cool because you've got an orchestra of APIs just being effortlessly combined into one system. Again, it is a bit slower because it's got that section where it fuses the answers together. But I think if you want the best possible outputs, that's a great way to approach it. Now, you might be wondering, okay, what benchmark did they use for this? They used something called Draco to test reasoning, tool calling, and succinctness. So they need something that can tell the difference between a model that sounds thorough and one that actually is. So they use Draco by Perplexity, which basically contains 100 deep research tasks spanning 10 domains. So academic research, you got technology, UX design, etc. And then it checks all of them. And so, for example, Opus 4.8 versus itself gets a 6.7% jump in improvement versus the original. So on the benchmarks, Opus 4.8 as a 2 model panel scored 65.5%, which is much higher than Opus 4.8 solo, which is 58.8%. So it's a lot of fun, to test and try out. You can see our team working right here. Again, it does take a while for the outputs to come back. And you can see that we've got that now. And then it gives us a breakdown here. So it's like, here's what I'd change. Here's design highlights of the page you wanted to create. Here's a note on the stack, etc. And then we can test it out. And that's the page that's been created. And it's pretty nice, like the UI. Look at that. So it created this full page. And the UI, I mean, that is one of the most impressive things about this is like usually, if you're using Opus 4.8, particularly for websites, the design and the UI of the page is not that nice. But if you look at this, like it looks good. It looks really nice and clean, easy to use, easy to set up. And literally all we did as a prompt to generate something as nice as that was just say, create a beautiful landing page for an SEO agency. That was it. So definitely worth testing out. Now we've already plugged it into our agent operating system along with everything else, as you can see right here. But basically you've learned how you could potentially, according to the benchmarks, achieve Fable 5 level intelligence with a simple API that uses a fusion of all the models and then judges whether it's actually good or not. It's kind of similar to how goal works. So if you look at goal mode, what goal mode does with, like, for example, Hermes or Claude is the agents get a turn each at achieving the goal. They submit the work. The judge checks if it's good. And so if you look at, for example, how goal mode is working and also how fusion mode is working, it's like something that's really good as best practice is to have a judge in place who checks the work, quality controls it, and then fuses all the answers or tells the agents to iterate from there. So pretty powerful. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get my agent operating system, like you see right here for orchestrating agents, we also have Paperclip built in. We have a AI agent mastermind, which is quite similar, where it's a group chat between your agents. We could even plug Fusion into there if you wanted. And then also we have the Fusion section down here. You can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom, which is my AI automation community focused on helping you save time, grow, and scale with AI automation. So inside the community, you can ask questions, get help and support whenever you need to. I personally answer the questions inside there. Plus, there's always people online 24/7, so you can get help whenever you need it. Inside the classroom, you can get access to all of my best and new training. So if you're a complete beginner, you can go from beginner to expert here. If you want to see the new advanced stuff, we add new daily tutorials, like you can see. And then we also have the agent operating system, where you can get the video tutorial, the last update date, and then you can also get the zip file to install, like so. Inside the calendar, you can jump on weekly coaching calls, get help and support in real time. There's 4 weekly coaching calls a week, which means you can share your screen, you can ask questions, you can meet other cool people doing similar things. Inside the map, you can meet people in your local area using AI agents like you. And this is all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. So thanks so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye. All right. Thanks for everyone for watching. Answered all the questions here. Appreciate everyone being on. I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye.